Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Euro Poker Millions Day 2, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Cards are in the air. 89 players remaining from a starting field size of 1,913 entries. This is always a firecracker of an event. Delighted to be back in the booth with you. One more weekend. It's Action Man Dan, your host and commentator for the duration of this event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Let's go. Hope you're all very well on this Sunday evening. Small blind is 20k, big blind is 40k with a 40k running big blind ante. That's 20, 40, 40. There's a name I recognize, Roly Bomboli. He is raising to 105,000 from early position with ace 7 suited. Off a sub 30 big blind stack to start the hand. And Andrea with a very small 3-bet to 225 with the dominating ace jack, and Roly going to be priced in. It does flop top pair. Not a great board here for Roly Bomboli on the ace 9-9. Check from Roly. Andrea just wants to be betting a small size here. Stack to pot ratio getting very close to 1 to 1 already. So a bet of 150k it looks like, and Andrea is just going to call 850 in the middle. Roly just with 670 behind, and that turn giving Roly a flush draw. Now a nut flush draw, but it gives Andrea top 2. So if he was up against a hand like ace queen or ace king, he's just outdrawn. Unlikely to have ace king, but he might just decide to call for a min raise. And if Andrea wants to bet here, does not need to bet that big. There are 2 flush draws on board and straight draws. Goes for a bet of 375. And I don't think Roly can get away from this one with the diamond draw as well as top pair. Just deciding, does he want to just call and leave himself with less than 10 big blinds behind, or just move all in now? And that looks like a just call. So folks, 1.6 million in the middle as we hit the river. Oh, and what a river it is. Roly Bomboli, first hand of the day. 40 big blinds already out there. Just 7 big blinds behind. And we'll shove for the rest of it. Andrea will call and get the horrific news. That's a terrible run out for the ace jack of Andrea. Done everything right and everything right. And Roly going to be playing 2.2 million to get things started. We got action, folks. Johan the man is in the house, my moderator. Hello, sir. If you like what you see, you're watching the King's Resort in Rosvedov. We are on all the usual social media platforms: Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. We've got some great new videos on there every week. Give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. We have a TikTok channel, King's Resort Official, on there. And then additionally, if you want to buy some merchandise or just find out more information about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. This is a €490 buy-in with €1,000,000 guaranteed. It's the Euro Poker Millions, folks. Orange chips are 5k, green chips are 25k, white chips are 100k each. Andrea all in for the last 10 bigs. Janath is in the house, says hello everybody. Hello, Janath. Fabrizio with a loose call here, to say the least. Small blind with the king nine suited. Expected to see him just put that one in the muck. Paolo, just with 5 big blinds behind, feels like he's getting a good price to gamble. So 3-way all in, and it's 10-3 deuce. Really good start here for Paolo. Top pair. An ideal situation to triple up. If he can do so successfully, will have almost 1,000,000 chips. Turn is the 8 of clubs. Fabrizio now drawing dead. Andrea needing an ace or a king on the river, but it is a 4. Really nice triple up to 565k, not 1,000,000. Of course, you can only win the side pot. The main pot. Side pot will go to Andrea, and now we'll be playing 420k. MJ the blank is in the house, says hello guys. Hello MJ. Jello says hello Tutty. Anthony with the 2 red ladies raises to 85k. Rowley not going to defend with king 6 off suit in the big blind. Anthony now over the million mark. Johan says the program for the Dutch Series in Kings for 2024 has already been announced. My agenda is filled again with 5 great tournaments. And is it in the early stages of next year, Johan? Fold all the way around to the button for Paolo. Looks like he's going to limp with the 10-9 off suit. Just 13 big blinds. Didn't decide to shove this one. Is just going to call. Hope to see a flop with his unsuited connectors. And Spear, Howard Spear in the big blind with King Jack. I think he wants to be putting the pressure on here. Spear is just going to shove. It's a massive shove here from Spear, considering Rowley has him covered, but it's very unlikely Rowley is going to have a calling hand, and he's willing to go against Paolo if Paolo has a trapping hand, but it is not the case, and Spear will just take that one down uncontested. We've 3 Italians at this feature table. The Italianos back in force, representing 2 Romanians. Spear from Germany and Rowley from Austria. And rounding out the table, we have Anthony Mahout from France. Fold all the way around to the cutoff, and Paolo with King Jack of Spades, 12 bigs. Just wants to be moving all in with this combo. But decides to raise to 100k, 2.5 times the blind. And a small blind spear getting out of the way, and Turchi not going to defend here with the 8-6 offsuit for 60k more. Fabrizio raising to 100k with the King Jack offsuit. Again going for the 2.5 times the big blind open. $77 players remaining now, by the way. Triffin in the big here with 10-7 of clubs in the big. Blind for 60k more will see a flop. Flops a flush draw. Second pair here for Strollo. Strollo betting 150. Triffin most likely just going to call this one. No reason to be folding, no reason to be raising. Just have 25 big blinds behind. Betting a call, 560 in the middle now. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. Quickly goes check, check. River is the deuce of clubs, and Triffin now with the flush. It is a paired board. Triffin deciding on whether he wants to bet or check. If I'm in Triffin's shoes, I'm going for a bet. After the flop goes, the turn goes check, check. Doesn't have to go too big. You want to get paid by a jack, maybe a weak ace. Bet like 250. Goes for 175. And Fabrizio is going to pay the man for that sizing. Nice hand for Triffin. And Natalia Allegra, who we've seen on the feature table at Kings before. Definitely one to watch out for. Rowley raising to 85k in the hijack, and Spear in the cutoff here with pocket nines and the decision. $75 players remaining now, by the way, all guaranteed a minimum of $2.5 grand. Spear going to take this one down with a 3-bet. Rowley giving him credit, letting the king queen offsuit go. Gladiator with 7 big blinds, and the blind's about to hit him, decides to just... Looked like he was letting it go. I think this is close, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him just jam this one in. And it's a good jam by Gladiator. It's bottom of the range, but with the blinds about to hit us, we're going to be posting 80k over 7 big blinds. So 2 big blinds going to be gone. But it is Paolo waking up behind with the ace-queen suited. So it is all in and call. We've got action. Paolo having Gladiator covered here, of course, but he would lose about half his stack if he was to be unsuccessful with the ace-queen. Gladiator happy to see a 60-40 with 2 live cards. It is not the case anymore, though. Queen 5-4, Gladiator. Only 10% equity now as we hit the turn. Turn is a 7, a glimmer of hope. Needs a 6. It is a 4. Paolo will eliminate Gladiator. There is a page on blooming. In a couple of places. It will be the difference between €2,515 to €2,775. That's the difference between 72nd and 71st place. Andrea. Pocket threes. And big blind wants to be shoving this one all in. Was the fighter just let it go? Allegra raising to 110k on the button here with King 10 off suit. Fabrizio gonna defend from the small, flop a flush, shove all in. And Allegra not going to be able to continue, even though he did have a straight draw. Fabrizio taking no chances there. Just straight up jamming on the flop. Would prefer to see a check raise or even just a check call from Fabrizio. Check jamming seems totally fine off that stack size. And Rowley with 50 bigs is your chip leader at this table. Triffin in second place with 40. 4 Italianos now in 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place at this feature with 23 big blinds or less. And then we've got Anthony and Howard, 24 bigs, and Spear with 37. Triffin with the min raise, pocket sevens. Early position. Ace 10-8 is the flop. Rowley with second pair. Triffin's pocket sevens facing 3 overcards on this board. And with 3 overcards, I think we just want to check this one back. The majority of the time, straight draws out there and flush draws, but it also means we can rep this board. So he is going to go for a small bet of 75k. And Rowley going to commit the chips, and we'll see a turn. Turn is a 4. I actually like the C bet from Triffin. It's going to be hard for a 10 or an 8 to continue on later streets if we continue to barrel. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Triffin firing a second barrel, getting a hand as strong as King 10 off the fold there. Nice play by Triffin. So I think if we're going to c-bet that flop, we want to be firing another straight on a blank, which is exactly what happened. If we are checking, we're hoping to just get to showdown. Nice strong play there by Triffin. I believe we've seen Triffin on this stream before. Not much showing up on Florin's hand and mob. His total live earnings of just 5.5k. Belomo raising to 100k on the button. Spear not going to defend with just Jack 3 of hearts, and Belomo will take that one down. Anthony raising to 80k. Under the gun +1 with ace-6 suited. This is loose from Anthony, but it is suited. And if it's suited, you know me by now, folks, I can get behind it. So Anthony does go with the min raise, and it's around to spear in the small. Spear going to 3-bet to 280k. Really nice 3-bet there from the small. Unconventional, not something I expected to see, but does get the job done. Takes that one down. Rolling in the cutoff. Min raising to 80k. And Triffin playing a similar stack here to Rowley. Going to defend with the 6-7 off suit. It's an open ender for Triffin with 2 overcards on 5-4-4. Rowley with the over pair. Flop going check, check, and the turn double pair board now. Triffin is just going to check this one again. He could have started repping, having a 4 or 5 in his hand, but decides to just give up. Fabrizio Looks like he's all in here for 725k with ace-7 offsuit, and if the graphics are correct there, that's far too big of a jam. This is a nearly 20 big blind jam. Do not try this at home, folks. Yes, you're going to take down the blinds and antes the majority of the time, but when you are called, you are in big, big trouble. Gets it done on this occasion. A wild thing. This Fabrizio guy seems to be. Let's see what action he provides. Triffin min raising on the button here, a queen 7 of clubs. And Allegra connecting on the 10-6-5 with top pair. And this is just going to go all in and call. Triffin 44% equity. Allegra with 56% equity. 1.13 million in the middle. Not too shabby. Close to 30 big blinds. Turn is the 3 of spades, and now Triffin can make a straight now with a 4. River is the ace of clubs, and Triffin eliminates Allegra. I'm sure we'll see Allegra back at the feature table soon enough. Unlucky, sir, good game. That means 72 players remaining now. We are on that pay jump that I aforementioned. Rolly with the jacks, playing 47 big blinds. Fabricio got a call in the big with 6-4 clubs. Flops a flush draw, 1 overcard to the jacks of Rowley. Rowley just wants to be betting this one. Can check back considerable portion of the time. Decides to just check it back. Turn is the 5 of hearts. And that's a really nice turn card for Fabrizio, picking up an open ender. Bets 135, quick call. And on the river here, pair board. Fabrizio just going to move all in. And Rowley going to be forced to fold. The bluff working for Fabrizio. He's now playing over $1 million, and he shows it. I'm liking this guy. He came here to play, folks. Not a great run out there. And he 10 beats him. Now, having said that, I don't know if a queen would just jam that river. So I think our opponent really has a 10 there or nothing. I would have liked to see the jacks think about it for a bit longer. Having said what I just said, though, the opposite argument is there also. The jacks blocking a lot of draws we would want our opponent to have if he was bluffing. So an interesting one there. Blinds are now 25k and 50k with a 50k running. Big blind ante, that's 25, 50, 50. If you were just tuning in, you're watching the Euro Poker Millions live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We are playing 50-minute levels, and we will play down till we have 24 players remaining. We will bag and tag, come back with 3 tables of 8 tomorrow at the usual time of 2:30 Central European time. And Turchi all in for 320, which is 6.5 big blinds. Nice pick up there for Turchi with the King Jack of Spades. Adding 25% to his stack, give or take. Pavel, who has had many results at Kings, is in the mix. Polish Reg. Triffin min raising with the ace king off suit, and Lucas here in the hijack with 2 10s, 25 big blinds and the decision. Lucas could just call here. He could 3-bet, call it off, or 3-bet fold. I would prefer to see him have a plan if he's going to 3-bet. I think he wants to commit himself. Does decide to just call. Spear is just going to call, so we're going to go 3 ways to the flop. Flop is King Jack 5. We are on the bubble for that pay jump, yes, from €2,515 to €2,775. Not a good flop here for Lucas. Facing 2 overcards, an open ender for Spear, top pair for Triffin, top kicker. Just wants to be betting small. And the pocket 10s get out of the way. Pocket 10s losing the minimum. Six of clubs is the turn. Spear checks. Now, Triffin wants to set up a river jam. He should go for a large sizing, but decides to give a free card. Free card is to his detriment. It's the 9 of diamonds. I think it's a mistake for Triffin not to bet this turn and bet it big. Bet like 3 to 350, even 400 into the pot, 585. Sets up a really nice river jam. That is a really bad card for Triffin. Yes, he has the king of diamonds, but the 9 of diamonds there, completing straight and flushes. Triffin just best 325. Spear snaps him off. Triffin could have lost more, or I suspect a big turn barrel would have just got the job done there. Spear now playing 2.2 mil. Rowley raising to 105 on the button here with the ace deuce suited. Don't try this one at home either. Very loose open from Rowley Bomboli. Spear in the small blind, ace king off suit. Yeah, Johan says, today we play down to 24 players or the end of level 29. We play now at level 23. The levels are 50 minutes. Thank you, Johan. Spear going to come in hot here with a 3-bet. Wants to be making it about 350 to 400 out of position. Goes for right in between the two numbers I just mentioned. 380 is the size he's chosen. Quickly gets it done. Takes it down. Now playing close to 2.5 million. Paolo going for a very small 3-bet here. Lucas with the open to 100k. 9-8 suited. Loose open from Lucas. Usually just want to be jamming sub 20 bigs over an open with the ace queen or just call. But he does decide to go for a very, very tiny 3-bet. Basically a min raise. And Turchi on the button with ace 10 of hearts. Is going to go here for 6.5 big blinds, and I don't like this stack off from Turchi. He's facing an under the gun +1 open and a 3-bet, a very small 3-bet off a sub 20 big blind stack. I think we just have to put our hand in the muck at that stage. Both players showing significant strength. The 9-8 going to get out of the way, and Turchi going to see the bad news. Flop is 6-5-4. Turchi going to need help here, or he will be eliminated in 70th place. The pay jump has been reached, of course. Turns the 4, river an 8. Paolo scoops those chips. Now playing 30 bigs and 69 players remaining now. All guaranteed €2,775. Pavel in the big can see the flop here for 55k more. Paolo with ace 8 of clubs. Pavel will continue with the 6-5 off suit. The flop is king 5-4. And the c-bet coming from the ace-8. Pavel going to continue. We will see a turn card. Turn is the 9 of hearts. Now, with 2 flush draws on board, straight draws out there, it's a wet board. Paolo could decide to just fire a second barrel here and get a 5 or a 4 out of the way, but decides against it. And it looks like Pavel is betting now on the river. See, if we're going to bet the river after checking the turn, I would prefer to just check, or just prefer to bet the turn. And now, if we get called twice, we can just give up on the river. And if we bet a nice sizing that looks like we are going to leverage Pavel's entire stack, we unblock him having a 5 or a 4, diamonds, even backdoor hearts. So I think the turn was the time to fire a second bet. Also totally fine to go to showdown, but I think this is quite an unconventional line there. Bet flop, check turn, and now bet the river. And Pavel is getting 4 to 1 on a call, and he beats straight draws, beats flush draws, but with a lot of hands beating him, does decide to let it go. He's getting about 4 to 1 on his money there. A tough call to make on the river, but getting good odds. Freddy Krueger says fishy fishy. I was beating around the bush on my terminology there, Freddy. I hear you. A very profitable bluff there if it's going to work. X amount of the time. Fabrizio raising to 130 with ace jack off suit, and Paolo calling with pocket 8s. And Triffin in the cutoff here with pocket 9s. We've got action. Now, because this is under the gun and under gun +1, totally reasonable for Triffin to just call. He might decide to 3-bet, but when we're facing that kind of action from early position, I think calling is the correct play. Does just call. And on 7-4-4, Fabrizio with a car crash of an all-in here for 885k. Having said that, his hand looking very strong here, opening under the gun and shoving for more than pot on the flop. Not an easy call here for eights. I know it looks like, well, we've an overpair. If we're beat, we're beat. We have to go. We've got a player to worry about behind us, and under the gun indicating he's got an overpair. And if he had an overpair, eights not doing very well, considering there's no overpair we beat. So I would not be shocked to see the eights go into the muck, and you can call me Mystic Dan because I predict these things. Triffin now with the decision with nines, and it's not an easy call here for Triffin either. If you don't expect Fabrizio to just open jam a hand like ace king, ace queen, ace 10, ace jack, what are we really beating? Not much, and it is for over half of Triffin's remaining chips. And I'm not shocked to see Triffin fold pocket nines there. Fabrizio just said a car crash of an all-in, but maybe he is actually just a genius, getting pocket eights to fold, getting pocket nines to fold. Eat, sleep, gamble, repeat says, laugh my ass off. Indeed. I love your name, by the way. And we see that move from Fabrizio, adding 37% to his stack. But like, if we're to go back to that hand, we are never meant to just be jamming with an overpair there, even if we are into two players. So I understand the eights folding, but with no players to act behind us, I think nines wants to be calling this one more than folding. You're not supposed to just open jam with tens, jacks, queens, kings, and aces on 7-4-4. Pavel shoves for 690 on the button with ace-4 off suit. Pavel min raising from the cutoff, this time with King Queen suited. Paolo with a very rejammable pocket fours here, considering Pavel has, or Paolo with a very rejammable pocket fours, considering Pavel has sub 20 big blinds to start the hand. And it is cut off against big blind, so that looks like a committing large 3-bet. And for Pavel, I believe Pavel should stack off here with a hand as strong as King Queen of Hearts. Still 63 players remaining. A really nice hand to gamble with here. Well, it looks like I've got this wrong, so sorry. I thought they were green chips. Paolo just wants to see a flop, which I think is a mistake. I think cut off against big blind here, we want to be rejamming. Ace-8-6 is the flop now. Now Paolo not knowing where he's at with his pocket fours. These small pocket pairs going to play way better as an all-in pre, especially off this kind of stack depth. Looks like he's betting something like 100k. Pavel missing an opportunity to bet that flop. Expected to see Pavel bet there on the flop. Pocket four is finding a way to win that hand. But in general, I would have expected to see it just go all in and call pre-flop. Expect the unexpected at the King's Resort, folks. Look at those beautiful graphics in the background if you're tuning in. Yes, indeed. You're watching the Euro Poker Millions live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Anthony just shoving with the ace-jack for 13 bigs. Bird flying by to say hi. Hello, Bird. Lucas in the cutoff here will re-jam. Queen 8-3 is the flop, and Anthony gonna need some help or will be eliminated. Turn is a 4 of hearts. River is the deuce of hearts, and Anthony has been eliminated. Johan says on Bird's date of birth you get a free shisha pipe. Sounds good. The new shisha lounge is open, folks. Monday to Wednesday, 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday to Sunday, 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. €30 per pipe. 10 stamps is a free pipe. Free pipe. Average stack, by the way, is 1.8 million, so around 35 big blinds. And we've got double trouble because Bird is flying by to say hi, and we've got Apocalypse in the house. Says good evening, lads and lasses. Good evening, Apocalypse. Welcome. Triffenman raising with ace jack from early position. Spear is going to defend with ace 10. Both players with the offsuit combinations. King 6-5 is the flop. Bet a 75k and a call on King 6-5-6. 425 in the pot now. Spear most likely just wants to get the showdown. Triffin deciding whether to bet again. The 6, not a good card to bet again. River giving Triffin the jack. Spear checks again, and now Triffin wants to go for some tin value here. I think 225, something around that area. Goes for 130. And now for Spear, he's just trying to figure out how often his ace high will be good here. 555 already in the middle. Talking to his opponent, trying to get a read. Does make a good laydown in the end. Disciplined. Solo Min raising in the hijack. King 10. And Anderson in the big blind, new player at the table. Plenty of chips, is just going to call. Strollo taking that one down. King Queen could have decided to see a turn card. Would have actually liked to see a 3-bet pre from the King Queen offsuit, but calling also totally acceptable. Strollo, min raising with the Queen 10 offsuit. Spear with a loose-ish call here on the button, but I don't mind it. It's King 6 suited. We'll go heads up against the loose cannon at the table, it has to be said, and out-flop him. Fabrizio with a lot of equity, though, on the King 9-7 is just going to check, and now Spear deciding on whether he wants to bet or check. I think betting small here, 125, 150 seems totally fine. Does decide to just check it back. Turn is the 3 of hearts. Strollo betting 155. Spear here, just with a clear call. We will see the river. River is the 7, pairing the board. And Fabrizio going to keep trying to tell a story, but he didn't bet the flop strangely with bet turn and river. He's gone for a very small sizing, so already 830k in the pot, 195 to call. Spear getting 4 to 1 on his money. And the king 6 winning a nice pot there. Not going to be able to fold top pair in that situation, especially for that price. Fabrizio giving us all the action we could hope for. He's going to raise this one as the blinds have just gone up. With a very loose, open from early position, with Queen 9 off suit, and Rowley is just going to call him the hijack with Ace Jack off suit. And Triffin now with the decision, wants to get involved here, but not the right combo to do it with from the small blind, but it is only 90k more. So he does call. Queen 10-9 is the flop. And this is going to give us some action because Rowley with a lot of equity, but it's Fabrizio 2 pair. Does bet 325, leaving himself a 555 behind. Rowley going for the shove. Fabrizio snapping him off, and Rowley is going to get the bad news. Does have 32% equity. Turn is the 6 of clubs. River is the deuce of clubs, and that is going to do it. Fabrizio now playing 2.2 million, close to 40 bigs, and Rowley on life support playing 5 big blinds. A little bit more, closer to 6. Freddy Krueger says, gamble, gamble, and not go. Well, we've seen him shove that ace-7 off suit. But since then, he's done a few mad things. But irregardless, he's playing almost 40 big blinds, which is a nice stack in this tournament with 61 remaining. Average stack 30 big blinds at the moment. And Fabrizio with the min raise with a little bit of cheese on top. He's going to get a lot of action at this table because his VPIP, his voluntarily putting money in the pot, is through the roof. Playing at least every second hand. Ace 6-3 is the flop. Morton in the cutoff here, flopping a lot of equity with his flush draw. Fabrizio is just going to wisely check fold. Get out of the way. Morton will take that one down, playing 2.5 million now. Morton raising to 130 in the hijack. Lucas just going to call in the small with pocket fives. Could have opted to just straight up rejam this one. I'm all for the rejams with the small pocket pairs. Ace, ace, jack is the flop. especially from late position against late position. This one getting checked all the way down to the river. And now Lucas catching up with a flush. Morton missing a chance to take this one down. Oh, sorry, he did bet the flop. But it is Lucas now with the flush. And Morton has a hand he wants to just bet, try get a heart to fold, or a hand that doesn't contain a heart. Morton betting 375 into this pot now. Lucas with a bluff catcher. With a heart in his hand, he might just find the minerals to make this call. $9.15 in the pot and 375 to call. Big moment here for Lucas. If he calls and he's wrong, he's under $1 million. If he calls and gets the good news, he's up over $2 million. Lucas does make a great call. The correct decision. Will be delighted to pick up this pot of 1.3 million. Morton getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar. You can see he just added 46% to his stack. Totally all in for 340 under the gun with King Queen off suit and Florin. The Ace Queen off suit and the hijack wants to be shoving over the top here. is just going to call. So, Stefan goes to eliminate Rowley unless Rowley can get lucky. Turn is the ace of diamonds. The river, the 10 of spades. Rowley has been eliminated. Stefan now paying over 2 million. MJ the Blank says GG. GG indeed. Nine 6 6 is the flop. Haven't seen many blind v blind battles, but here we go. Paolo, not much happening for him here. Not a great turn card. It looks like he's reaching and then decides against it. River is the 10 of clubs. Solo check. Here checks behind. Not much to talk about there. Perhaps Spear could have turned his hand into a bluff, but Queen High going to be good at showdown. And if we're beat, we're beat. So 58 players still remaining. No pay jump to worry about for about 5 positions. Next pay jump is the difference between €2,775 to €3,175. And we will have a break after this level. Griffin betting the flop here. Jack, six, Jack. Turn is an ace. Morton checking. Griffin just going to check back on the turn. River is the four of clubs. Morton checking again, hoping to get the showdown with his queen high. And Triffin, we're going for 10 value here. Goes for 10 value. 135 is the bet. Morton trying to decide how often queen high could be good here. A showdown. Pair boards and the 4 hitting the river, completing. And club draws. If our opponent had clubs, we beat some straight draws. Not really. I just think we just have to fold this one. We lose to a 6. Unlikely. Triffin is betting. With worse, can have a bluff, of course, which is some random air, but unlikely the way the hand played out. Morton does pay the man. Triffin getting max value there. Now playing just under 2.4 million, which is good for 40 big blinds. Spear in the cutoff, behind sued. Raises to 135. Spear taking that one down. Triffin on the button isn't going to open 6-4 suited. Havel Running on fumes here. 5 big. Jack boost off suit in the small blind. Would probably just shove this one. Would have got snapped by Lucas for 5 bigs. Franz Bublinger, new player to the table, raises to 200k. Very large open size for the 2 red ladies off this stack size. Going for 3.5 times the big blind. Much prefer a min raise in this exact situation. 56 players remaining now. Man, Fabrizio going to get out of the way. So 2 eliminations away from the pay jump. Pay jump is about 450 quid. We will have a break at the end of this level, which is only going to be a couple of more hands, folks. Hope you're enjoying the show. Lots more action to come. We will play down until 24 remain tonight. Ace Jack off suit getting a walk. Pavel in the hijack is getting desperado. 5 big blinds, queen 6 off suit. Not going to cut the mustard. Aces for Morton under the gun. We haven't seen a lot of big pairs tonight. Not so far. Spear is going to defend here. King, queen, 3. This board going to favour the under the gun range, of course. Spear just going to have to check fold. And Spear is going to call for 80k with 10-7 off suit. I have no idea why or how he's doing this. But he does call. The turn is the 5 of clubs. Spear doesn't even have a diamond in his hand. He's facing an under the gun range. And the turn going check here. 500k in the pot. Spear has to know he can't win with just 10 high. Looks like he's going for it, folks. Betting what looks to be about just under 350. 310k is the bet. I would say goodbye to those chips, Spear. Morton not going to be folding. Now for Morton, he might think he can get additional value, but The 6 does complete some 2 pairs. 1 or 2 straights came in, but very unlikely. That looks like a raise to 750. Spears just going to show some face here, or save some face. He is going to do some form of Hollywood here, not wanting to get his opponent to think that he is doing this with a hand like 10-7 off suit. Pay jump has been reached. All players remaining now. Guaranteed over 3 grand. Not bad for a 500 buy-in. Talking to his opponent, Morton obviously coming to the conclusion he could get additional value from a king or something along those lines. Morton will take that one down. Okay, folks, so hand 45 will be the last hand before the break. Poker Wally says, what a time waster. Yeah, I feel like he done his little him-haw and a little bit of Hollywood, but he threw a little bit of cheese on top, taking an additional minute or so. So, Treffin raising to 140. Pocket sevens under the gun. Fabrizio is going to call in the hijack with Queen 9 suited. Ace Jack Jack is the flop. Triffin checks. Fabrizio checks it back. Turn is the king of hearts. River is the 9 of diamonds, and Triffin not going to try bluff this one. Fabrizio will be delighted to see he will take this one down for the last hand of the break, as 52 players remain at the Euro Poker Millions live from the King's Resort in Rosvadov. We'll be back with inside 15 minutes for lots more action. I will see you all in a few moments.
Eight of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket fives. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
all-in calls.
5 away
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
from either being down to 4.
Like, as a spectacle.
what did you have?
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
Favorite spots? Oh wow. I mean, I had naked sixes. Like sixes, the worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair, and it's just like, yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn? I mean, it's just like a nasty spot. Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Open, looking for a 6, 8, 10, or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100k victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short. Embrace it, event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros.
Was his real name, one like an EPT.
Oh yeah.
Like oversold in another one and scammed people a bunch. And now he's dead.
Let's move it along. I'm sorry I brought it up.
He goes in now. He just goes in now. He's dead.
Hey, you suck out of me, you eventually die. That's the rules.
Fair enough.
I rarely get in ahead, so most of you guys are safe.
That's some brutal table chatter. Not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. Here we are. Green Dreams, I believe the answer is yes. Over 5,000 of you tuning in across the board as we jump back into this. How about that for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? Small blind v hijack could be absolute carnage. King, Jack, Jack, hand number 96 of the tournament.
He's got sweats, you know.
Adams with trip jacks, queen kicker, Pidden with trip jacks, 10 kicker, ace or a king would chop it. 2 to come, 1.9 in the middle. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. Adams going nowhere.
12.
Understandably so.
9-5 to be
Deuce of spades on the turn, changes nothing.
No.
Hidden, understandably not slowing down on the turn. 1.3 into 3.4.
You fully retired now, or what?
Pretty much.
You know that spot where you folded sevens?
No.
I opened into Tim's big
No
line.
active businesses.
Yeah.
8. Yeah, super tight spot for me, obviously. What would you 4-bet versus or pass? What would
Adams
you?
just makes the call. 4 spades. Backdoor spades do get there. 6 million in the middle. Don't think Adams will be folding to a jam if Pidden decides to. Doesn't outs all in. And
Can I just have a confirm account?
he's just going to ask for a quick count before flicking in the call, one would assume. And we're going to be down to the final 5 players unless Timothy Adams folds trips here. Obviously losing to ace jack, king jack.
Check.
Does make the call. Jack no good for Pidden, outpipped by 1.
Good game, man.
And ladies and gentlemen,
Unlucky.
we are down to the final 5 players here
Good game, man.
in the 50k diamond high roller.
Easy, man.
So we lose Daniel Pidden in 6th place, 119,500 euros for his efforts.
What you had? King Jack and...
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy getting it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. 2 very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with the min this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather. Julian Martini announces himself, and Bourbois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Oh,
Well.
wow.
King of spades too.
Queen Jack 10, middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace King 9,
On the
right?
turn.
Flat could be down to 2 million. 6-hit game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace 9 or king needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man
Finally win one.
extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely. Really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already. in their own respective ways.
Absolutely.
He's not happy.
I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys and girls.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, she's blind.
Ace in the window. Ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds. Saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle. Pourquoi? Jack of hearts on the turn. Would you believe he has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal. I'm just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foy, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind with that run out.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was like, going to give up.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to second in chips. 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
And first hand back, folks. Triffin going to take that one down with 2 pair on the turn. Welcome back. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Euro Poker Millions live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Blinds have gone up, so small blind is now 40k, big blind 80k with an 80k running big blind ante. That's 40, 80, 80. 51 players remaining now. Paolo with the Kings of Kings. As Eddie says, wow, 2k entry. Yeah, important to note, folks. First prize of this event is going to take home €138,000. And there is 12, yes, that's correct, 12 tickets worth 10 grand each for the World Series of Poker Europe main event that will take place later on this year. Like I say, later on this year. It's not too far away now. Less than 2 months away. Almost to the day when that main event will be starting. Eddie is in the house, says buy-in for the main event is the 10k. Thanks for the info. No problem, Eddie. €500 buy-in. So they needed a lot of entries in this one, and they got it. All players currently guaranteed €3,175. We will play down to 24 players tonight and come back with 3 tables of 8 at 2:30 Central European time. And that is tomorrow afternoon. We will play down to a winner. Morton in the cutoff here with pocket 10s. Morton raising to 175. Daniel going to re-jam from the small blind with ace-8 off suit. Pavel, who really hasn't been able to get anything going, essentially getting blinded out of this tournament, is considering calling it off here with 2 big blinds remaining with just 8 deuce off suit. The poor chap just has to fold here though. He'll have to post the small. Chances are he's going to get a better hand in the small blind, and if not, he's got a full orbit before the blinds come back around to hit him. Daniel is going to get the bad news here once Pavel is folded. Morton is going to snap, of course, and 4-1 favorite is Morton. Daniel needing help, or he will be eliminated in 51st place. Queen 5-3 is the flop. Turn is the 4. River is the 3 of diamonds, and Daniel has been eliminated. 50 players will remain. Nice pick up there for Morton, now playing just under 40 big blinds. And Eddie says ace-8 jump with 18 big blinds. No, I think he had just 11 or 12 from the small blind. Pavel is getting it all in from the small here. King 10-8 is the flop. Lucas 8-6 of clubs, and Triffin with a pair of 10s. Pavel going to need help. Triffin betting 115k, and Pavel going to need help on this river or he will be eliminated in 48th place. River is the jack of clubs. And that is going to do it for Pavel. Nothing went his way since he arrived at the feature table. He's had some big results around the start of this year, but has been eliminated. 47 players remaining now. Eddie asks, Immortan is a regular player. He's not the first time you see his name at this table. I have hand and mobbed him earlier, and his best live cash is $1,600, and he has a total live earnings of less than 10k. So not a massively familiar face for me. Okay, so the following hand. In the cutoff, in raising with top 8, the small blind facing off boot. Lucas betting. Betting to 600k here, and now Triffin with the decision. There's some form of dynamic here between the two. I could easily see Triffin 4-bet ripping this one. Lucas does have 17 big blinds behind. Big decision here for Triffin. Lucas's 3-bet going to look quite strong here from the small blind with 17 big blinds behind. But I'm sitting there with pocket 8, and I think there's any chance my opponent is 3-bet folding here. I'm just going to shove. It could just be a flop, but I'd rather he did that Get more chips behind. Warren is going to give some respect there. Luke is getting away. Not getting away, obviously wants a call for a jam. Had there been more of a dynamic between the two, I think that was his first time we've seen a bet off that stack size into that player. So getting full maximum credit at the end of the world for the 8 to just let it go. But we like action, we like to gamble. Action man Dan would have stuck it in his eye, I think, unless they had a live read where he had been an extremely tight player. Fran's all in for 950 here with pocket nines. Franz will take that one down. Still the shortest stack at this table. Morton is your chip leader with 40 bigs and everything in between. So no one too massively deep stacked at this feature table, and only one player under 20 big blinds. Now, I think that's an absurdly tight fold there with the king 10 off suit and the hijack. Definitely want to be keeping that hand in our min-raising range. Raising range, whatever's clever. Paolo raising to 185 the hijack. King Queen of Diamonds and Griffin with the decision in the big with King Jack of Hearts. With a call for additional 105k. Jack 10-8 is the flop. Griffin is going to check over to his opponent, and Paolo. A lot of equity here in the Jack 10-8, but it is a two-spade board. Griffin the top pair. Decent kicker. We've got action. Look at that for a turn card. Paolo smacking the turn here. Griffin will hate that card. He completes everything. It will be an action killer for Triffin, of course, with Paolo just deciding if he's going to bet or check his option. I think he just wants to bet. It is a terrible situation when we get check raised here. Got a 300k from the hijack from Paolo. And for Triffin, I think he just has to let it go. Just folds. Some players will see a river there, but what's he hoping for? Triffin in the small is going to complete with King 10 off suit, and Lucas in the big with 2 black ladies. Lucas is going to raise to 255, and Triffin is going to call. Nearly 600k in this pot as we see the flop. That flop is 9-6 deuce. Hard for Triffin to continue here. Just have some backdoors. Still has king high. I'd like to see him call 1. See what happens on layer street. Lucas betting 175. turn is the 4 of hearts. Lucas is going to continue. Setting up a river jam. I like this sizing. 345. Now Triffin has to give this one up. I was not expecting this. Oh my. Raising to 1 million. Lucas stuffs it on him. I don't know how much more it was for Triffin to call. What have we just seen? Okay, it was 695 more to call. Lucas stopped to it there, and then we got action. Lucas scooping a nice pot. .46 players remaining now. A couple of players away from the pay jump. That pay jump will be from €3,625 to €4,100. Solo raising to 190 with ace-8 offsuit in the small blind. And Lomo in the big with jack-7 offsuit, 110k to call. Paolo going for bin raising sides from the small blind here. Prefer for him to use a bigger sizing than just a min. Franz in the big with ace jack just wants to be rejamming this all day with 45 remaining. Does shove it on his opponent. Would have preferred for Paolo to just straight up jam himself from the small blind off this stack depth. As Johan says, he has to go. See you next time. No problem, Johan. Thank you for your services. Much appreciated. We'll talk to you soon. Does get the all-in through. Nice pickle for the So 45 players still remaining, folks. 2.5 million is the average stack, with 32 big blinds.
I have one wish, yeah? One guy on day one told me, if you go all in, you have to do it the Italian way. So not like all in, you have to go all in, with an E, yeah? Like Italian move, okay? Can you do this for me?
Triffin shoving 695 from under the gun with ace jack off suit.
Always all in. It's important for your camera. I tell you.
Looks like he's going to get that one through. He add 200k to his stack, which is vital at this late stage. Now playing 895, will post his big blind. Buddha, your newest player at the table, is playing 51 big blinds. Shortest stack is Triffin with 11, and everything in between. Apocalypse says, showdown, Ireland versus Romania. Yeah, I was wondering when you would bring up the rugby. So Romania get a try in the first 2 or 3 minutes, and Ireland were like, oh no, Romania got a try, so we'll just score 12 tries for the boys in green. Blinds have just gone up. Small blind is 50k, big blind 100k with 100k running big blind ante. That's 50, 100, 100. "12 tries and barely out of second gear. Roll on, South Africa." Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to get past the likes of New Zealand and South Africa. It's a tough group Ireland are in, but it's an unbelievable start. We'll take it. Just one player remaining for the pay jump between €4,100 and €3,625. Apocalypse says, crazy tough group considering England's group is absolutely nothing. I presume Scotland got a good win earlier. I wasn't around for the rugby. Was going to check up on the results later after I finished on comms, which could be a while yet. Oh, they got beat by South Africa. That actually isn't that great of a score there for South Africa. Expected more. Pay jump has been reached, folks. 44 players remaining now. So all players remaining, guaranteed. Oh, sorry, so the pay jump was from €3,175 to €3,625. I was thinking that was a very large pay jump. That bonus point could be great for us to have, Apocalypse. Again, the extra point in the group for a fantastic performance. Plus 74. South Africa only with plus 15. Anyways, boys, back to the action. Buddha raising to 250. Buddha limping. And Buddha with 40 bigs to start the hand. Jack 8 off. Good call here for 150 more, but decides to let it go. Wales versus Fiji was brilliant tonight. Almost an 82-minute winner from Fiji. Ooh. So Wales held them off. Is that what you're telling me? That's a big win for Wales. There's a lot of great teams in the World Cup, as you would imagine, but especially in rugby, they're just the cream of the crop. Bird says Scotland should try stay at the sport that they're really good at, throwing trees around. Lucas going to defend very wide there, but the 5-4 offsuit not going to cut it.
If you do, thank you. It's not only for me, it's everything. Maybe some taller guys here, but
Franz raising to 250 with ace king. And that's a massive fold there from the ace jack of clubs of Morten Andersen. So 42 players remaining now, folks. And Triffin shoving for his last 7 bigs with pocket fives.
Otherwise, the all-in does not count anymore.
Strollo on the button. 2-10 to go with 10-9 of spades. Franz with a monster. A 3-bet to 700k with the kings of kings. And Fabrizio might want to see a flop here. We know he's a loose cannon, and it has to be said, he's been very quiet for a while now. He is going to call, and we've got action. This pot huge going to the flop. Stack to pot ratio less than 1-to-1. Six, 5, 3 is the flop, 1 spade. And this is going to be the end of that. Fabrizio throwing his hand in the muck. Lucas in the hijack with ace king off suit. 40 players remaining now. Fabrizio is going to call with the same hand as he had the previous hand, only this time in hearts. And he has 11 big blinds behind, so he needs to be careful here. Don't mind this too much though, considering he has position on the original opener. What a pick-up here for Spear, but it's ill timing. This could be music to Lucas's ears. Spear gonna jam this one. Does go for it. And Lucas eventually does move all in over the top. And look at this, Fabrizio is going to call it off for 14 big blinds. And he's actually in decent shape here with 10-9 suited. He's got live cards. Paolo gets out of the way. We've got action. Spear with ace queen, Lucas with ace king, Fabrizio. Really nice equity here with 10-9 suited. Look at the size of this pot, guys. Three-way all in, 5.3 million in the middle. King 7-6. Top pair for Lucas. He's looking pretty. Fabrizio can hit it straight. Turn is a 6. River is the 5 of diamonds, and that is a double elimination. What a moment here for Lucas Kissel. Now playing a whopping 72 big blinds. That means we lose 2 players. 38 players remaining now. Crazy hand of action. Fabrizio having enough, just calling off his entire tournament with just 10 high, albeit suited. MJ de Blanc says GG. Lucas in the hijack with ace king suited. What a moment for him. Look how much chips are in front of him. This is a golden opportunity. 14 eliminations away from bagging and tagging. And start applying maximum pressure. Kind of like how much pressure Ireland applied to Romania yesterday. Lucas will just take that one down. Apocalypse says £50 on Ireland to win it all, by the way, pre-tournament. Apocalypse says he likes how we're going to be referencing the rugby for the next 1.5 months every single stream. Yeah, why not? Although it's going to be a bit of a stretch next weekend to be referencing anything, because we're not going to be playing with 2 cards. We're going to be playing with 4 cards. The PLO Big Rap is on, folks. The main event is going to be a €1,650 buy-in, and I have reason to believe that Tony G is going to be in the house for the entire week. What a legend of a player. Such a funny guy to listen to. Provides endless amount of entertainment. So much action. Really stoked for that one next weekend. And Apocalypse, I see Medvedev and Djokovic are 1 set apiece in the US Open. The final, that Medvedev fella was playing out of his socks against Alcaraz in the quarterfinals, semi-finals. Apocalypse says 4 cards just mean comparing League with Union, since League has 4 points per try and Union 5. Very good. This is his 3rd time to get ace king in a couple of hands, folks. 3rd time this orbit anyway. Lucas raising to 300k, the full 3x amount. Nobody with anything to play back with though. I don't think he should bother 3xing. He should just keep sticking to the min raise or 225. He wants action, wants players to play pots against him because he's so much chips. He can just apply as much pressure as he wants to this entire table. Franz raising into hijack to 250, and Triffin with just 7 big blinds with king queen suited wants to put this one all in the middle, but decides to just let it go. I think this is an over adjustment now with a hand as strong as king queen suited. Golden opportunity to double up and stay in contention of making the final day of the Euro Poker Millions tomorrow. 3 with action to the flop on 8-7-3. Franz with a pair of 3s. Buddha with a pair of 4s. 6-9 suited with a lot of backdoors happening for him, but Franz is the one betting 250 and 6-9 suited with the decision. I think 6-9 suited could just see a turn card. You can also rep a hand later on the river if the turn goes check check and he misses, like a 7 or an 8. Just lets it go.
Thank you. Good luck. See you later.
Morton in the hijack, Queen Jack offsuit raises to 225. Lucas is going to call for an additional 125, and we are going to go heads up to the flop. Hijack against the big blind. Ace, Queen, 7. All spades. Both players with a spade. Morton with a pair of queens. Lucas with the nut flush draw. Spade could be dangerous. Bird wants to see one. We're all hoping for an action turn card, but it's the 7 of diamonds. All filler, no action. Instead, it's an action killer. Lucas checks. Morton now. I think he just wants to be checking back, but it looks like he's going to bet again. Don't see much of a point in doing this. But he does bet 425. And Lucas has a hand that he might call a second time with. Just decides to let it go because it's a paired board. Morton only has about pot behind, a little bit more maybe. If he calls, no, in or around stacked pot ratio of 1-to-1. And this is naturally enough going to get called in the big blind. Triffin shoving from the hijack for 7 bigs with Queen Jack of Diamonds. Unlucky to run into Belomo's superior Ace Jack. And it is a Jack high flop, Jack 8-4. Turn is a 9. River is a 4. And Triffin will have to say GG in 38th place. And a nice hand to shove all in. That's the way she goes sometimes. 37 players remaining now. Pay jump is looming from 3,625 to 4,100.
Every single player has to get this.
So it's Buddha raising to 235. Lucas 3 betting to 550 on the button. Average stack 31 big blinds at the moment with 37 remaining. Now, action back to Buddha. 315k to call, $1 million already in the pot. We want to see a flop here for this price. If we call, we still have 30 big blinds behind. We could even dominate some of the hands the 3-bet on the button. $965 is the flop. And it looks like Lucas is just moving all in. Surely the graphics are incorrect. They are. Scratch that. Lucas should be betting small. Just needs to bet about 300k here, even slightly less if he wants 210. That's a very small bet. You look at the odds here, 1.5 and change in the middle and just 210 to call. It's just a horrible situation for Buddha here because he doesn't have a diamond in his hand. He has some backdoor straight draws. King high might even be good here sometimes. But he's getting nearly 8 to 1 to see a turn card. So surely to God, the price is too good. Turn is the 6. Looks like he's gonna fire a second barrel here. He's repping very small range. An overpair. Usually you just want to be checking once the board has paired on the turn. He's going to bet 425. And look at this. Buddha reading this for weakness. with 2 small bets coming from Lucas. This is extremely creative stuff here from Buddha. And now if you're Lucas, it's just 500k more to continue. And he does, he quickly just calls. My word, guys, this is hand of the night by a landslide. $3.6 million in the middle on the turn. Neither player has better than ace high. River is a 5. Buddha has made his mind up that he is repping a huge hand. One thing that's screaming out for me is Buddha shoved so fast there on the river. One would think if he had a made hand or an overpair, it's very hard for him to have an overpair because 10s plus would get it in pre. So he's repping a very thin range. Usually if we have an overpair to the board and we're trapping with a hand like aces or kings there, we would take a little bit of time before shoving. When he shoves this fast, it's unlikely he has a 5 in his hand. A 5 would think about it and maybe even check. It's unlikely that Lucas is holding a 6 in his hand. So this is really spicy stuff. Even if Buddha had like quads make sense here a lot, like 6s or 5s. I'm trying to think, would Buddha just shove with pocket 9s pre? I'm a bit flabbergasted on this one. It really looks like he's trying to get an ace high type hand to fold. Lucas might sniff this out. Is it possible that Buddha is trying to get Lucas off a chop with a hand like Miss Diamonds that contains ace high? I think this looks very bluffy from Buddha. Is it possible he had a hand like 7-8 suited and now with on a double pair board it's just shoving to try get called by ace high? All these things will be going through Lucas's head. Bird decides to say he goes to sleep on the most exciting hand of the night. Okay, Bird, no problem. Thanks for dropping by. I guess Lucas is thinking he doesn't really want to call with ace high for a chop. This is a really tough one to piece out, and therefore I think Lucas has decided he just wants to make the call. Lucas is playing out of his socks, and he will win a 7.4 million pot, and that will put him at 11.2 million. Apocalypse says, is he heading south for the winter? What do you make of that hand, Apocalypse? Hand of the night for sure. Could you make that call, folks? Let me know in the chat. It just didn't make sense. A lot of those hands that contain 6x or 5x would just fold to the 3-bet pre. Unlikely he plays a 9 that way. Very hard for him to have a 9. Could be trapping with aces or kings. We block aces because we've ace queen. I think it was the tiny C bet that got his opponent to make a move on the turn. Stulek says a great hand. It was a tough one to break down and analyze. Broke it down to the best of my ability. And Pocket says, I'm not really sure. Maybe the fact it's only for a third of his stacks, I might just manage it. When he's called a 3-bet pre, check calls a tiny sizing on the flop, check raises the turn, and then shoves the river. But his check raise on the turn was just so small. It just looked like bullshit, to be honest. MJ reckons it was an easy call. I mean, yeah, it's easy when we know the answers and we can see the cards at home. You can say that it's an easy call, and I do agree to a certain extent, but it's unlikely your opponent is just deciding to run a bluff there also. Either way, 34 players remaining now, all guaranteed €4,100 minimum. 10 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2. Blinds have just gone up. 60k is the small blind, 120k is the big blind, with 120k running big blind ante. That's 60, 120, 120. And Videns in the hijack, just lets it go. And MJ says it must feel good to be Lucas right now. Absolutely. He won that triple up, and now he's made a hero call. I mean, there is some debate about it being a snap, but I don't think... You don't want to call there hoping for a chop. It's a double pair board. It's an under bluffed situation. Like, they're not good boards to bluff on at all. So it's a nuts or air kind of job. I think Quadzilla could be in the house there. You could have pocket fives or pocket sixes, and I don't think there's any situation in poker where quads doesn't make sense. Not once in my career have I called and seen quads. I'm like, oh yeah, that actually makes sense. Because it's so hard to put your opponent on quads. If he doesn't have quads, probably can't have an overpair. Really tough for him to have a 9. I just don't think he plays a 9 that way when his opponent can have all the overpairs. We have all the overpairs, he doesn't. So the more I break it down, I think we just have to call. But I would not have been shocked to see a fold. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, 175 is the bet on ace 9 7 2 club board. Morton with a flush draw. Paolo, second pair. Morton raising to 650 here. Paolo is just going to fold to the pressure here from Morton. Would like to see Morton or Paolo continue after the check raise from Morton, but Morton gets the job done. Morton in the small, ace jack suited, 30 bigs. Just wants to be raised, calling this. And Lennart in the big blind with an ace-5 offsuit, 16 big blinds. I think he just wants to be rejamming. Does rejam. This is going to be for a lot of Morton stack, but he has to call. I really don't think Morton should be considering folding here. It's somewhat of a slow roll, if you want my honest opinion. And he's in the tank now, as you can see, for 2.5 minutes. Does eventually call Leonard off, and Leonard will be disgusted to see that he hadn't been called quicker. It has to be said. .32 players remaining now. Jack 4-3 is the flop. Leonard can hit a straight now, but just 12% equity. Morton top pair, top kicker. Turn is a 7. River is the 8 of hearts. Now Morton going to be playing just under 6 million. 31 players will remain, and you got a feel for Leonard there. Unlucky, sir. Good game. Sandor raising to 300k in the cutoff with ace deuce off suit. Morton going to call on the button with 9-8 of diamonds. And 6-9 suited is going to call for 180k, three-way action to the flop. No, they're raising chips. 6-9 suited, sniffing out some weakness here. He's making it 950 to go. And that's going to be the end of that. And Viden's 2 black ladies, 275 to go. Sandor, who we've seen on this channel before, by the way. King's Resort Reg, 3 betting to 800k from the hijack with pocket 7s. And it's gone all in and call. Sandor won't like this. This pot spiraling out of control very quickly. Nearly 4 million in the middle. 88% for the 2 black ladies. Sandor needing help with the walking sticks. King 8-4 is the flop. Turn is a 6. River is an ace. One more. No, one more elimination has not occurred. There's still 31 players remaining. Sandor now playing 3.5 million, was sending a considerable portion of his stack in the other direction. Morton raising to 250 in the hijack with ace 9 of hearts. Viden's calling with king queen. Paolo has the 4-3 suited, is going to defend. Ace 10 deuce is the flop, top pair for Morton. Straight draw for Viden's. Runner Poker Coach is raiding with a party of 2. Thank you very much, Runner Poker Coach. Queen Jack 8 is the flop here. Franz checking on the flop. He's got a lot of equity. Turn is the 5 of spades. Palomo going to bet now. Bets 120. River is the 9. Somehow Franz has the best hand. Paolo decides to give up. Franz will be happy to just take that one down. Missing straights and flush draws. Does hit a pair, and it's good enough. When a poker coach says, thanks for the shout out and have a nice stream, everyone. You are more than welcome. Thank you very much once again. Fisher Kim says Morton's going to win. Well, he's fast accumulating chips with 31 remaining. Sandor 3-betting again, this time from the big blind with Queen 10 off suit. Sandor likes to stay active. Not a hand we normally want to 3-bet from the big blind. Just want to see a flop with this combo, but decides to go for it. Polo raised to 275. Pocket sixes in the hijack. Six nine suited, 7-5 off. Doesn't fancy it. Palomo will scoop the blinds and antes. Morton is getting a big shout out from his friend Fisher Kim. He said it's his mate from Denmark. You got this, champ. Franz raising to 330 with the ace queen off suit. Morton 3 betting to 775 on the button with ace 4 of diamonds. Back to Franz. Now, hijack against button here. We've got a very profitable jam. He might just want to see a flop. I don't believe it. Franz is going to let a hand as strong as ace queen go there. Morton getting away with murder, now playing 6.5 million, which is good for 54 big blinds. Really nice pick up there from Morton. Paolo raising to 285 under the gun here. King, queen of diamonds. Sandor making a 350 to go here with a6 off suit. Videns calling from the small with king queen off suit, ace deuce deuce. Sandor betting 400k. That's going to be the end of that. Red Luigi asks, when was this played? This is live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. It's the Euro Poker Millions. We are on a 30-minute delay, and will play until there are 24 players remaining. Lucas still your overwhelming chip leader. Morton still playing 55 bigs though. Sandor then with 38 bigs, 6-9 suited, 29. Franz 24, Videns 24, and Paolo still comfortable 17 big blinds. Lucas raising to 255 from the hijack. We will have a break coming up, guys, in a couple of hands' time for less than 15 minutes. We'll come down until we have come back until we've had 7 more eliminations. Videns calling 255. King Queen offsuit in the cutoff. Sandor going to defend in the big. Nearly a million in the middle, and the flop is 7-6 deuce. Lucas betting 225. Sandor letting it go. One more elimination has occurred, so 30 players remaining. We'll play 2 more hands before going on the aforementioned break. Six nine suited, raising to 250 with the ace 9 suited. Takes down the blinds and antes. Okay, 1 hand to go. Hope yous are hanging in there. It ain't over yet. And Morton will give a walk. Okay, folks, go enjoy your last break of the night, and I will see you all in a few moments. Sorry, folks, we are on the last hand now. Hand 95, not hand 94. Hawcliffe says, do I need a bathroom? No, man. We're all good. 10-6-6 is the flop. Lucas with a good shot straight draw. Morton still with the best hand with ace high. Both players well stacked. One more elimination has occurred, so 28 players remaining now. Bet a 175 from Morton. Lucas with the raise to 435. Like this raise from Lucas. He can rep a 6, a 10. A lot of good turns and rivers for him to continue barreling, whether he hits or not. Turn is the jack. And that's a difficult card for Lucas because he's got an open ender now. But it gives Morton top pair. So if we are going to bet, Morton wants to be, or Lucas wants to be betting around 800, something around that area. Okay, goes for 730. Like the sizing from Lucas. Could have even went a little bit bigger if he wanted. Good thing I didn't go to the bathroom prematurely now, Apocalypse, huh? Morton is going to come along for the ride in this pot now. Getting very healthy as we hit the river. The river is the 4 diamonds. Now, what does Lucas want to do? Does he just give up? Is he going to keep firing? If he keeps firing, he's repping a very thin range. Most likely would shut down with a 10 now. Even if he had bet the turn, it would be time to check the river. So betting, he's really repping a 6. That's quite a quick bet from Lucas. I think Morton is just too high up in his range to consider folding top pair, top kicker. Backdoor clubs miss. Backdoor straight draws miss. It's pretty much a 6 or nothing. And it is for a considerable portion of Morton's stack. But if we're not calling on the river here with top pair, top kicker, what are we calling with? Morton pays the man. And Lucas is going to lose a chunk of chips. Don't mind the way Lucas played it. It's just unfortunate. His opponent has a jack. Trying to get him off an ace high type hand or maybe even a 10. Okay, we are going to go on break. And I will see you all in a few moments for the conclusion of day 2 of the Euro Poker Millions. Lucky Luck under the gun, raising with ace queen off suit to 45k. And he's sad with the 2 black Jeffreys 2 seats over.
Raise.
He's going to raise. The 3 bet to 105k. Mexi now in the big blind with 2 9s. A difficult spot. The raise coming from under the gun and the 3-bet from mid position 1.
Oh.
Just calls the 85k more. I think with this stack depth, this is totally fine. Try flop a set 3 ways, why not? So 3-way action to the flop, 345k in the middle. Ace, 8, 7, all spades is the flop. Lucky look, flopping by far the best of it here. Top pair, queen high flush draw. Sad wants to bet, he wants to bet something around 100k, 85k, something like that. Goes for 90.
How much to play, please? I cannot see this. Can you cut it like 20? Please?
Actually look at the option. Raise or just call. Raising 250k here.
All in.
Look at this, instead going over the top. Just the jack of spades. Going with his read. Don't know what this accomplishes really. It's a very daring move. Lucky look showing significant strength, raising to $250,000 on the flop. He is a non-believer of the $250,000 raise, it would seem. And if you're lucky, look, you're not loving this calling off. You're going to be losing against made flushes, ace king, considerable portion of the time here.
You sure? I fold a really big hand.
Wow.
I know.
You would not
Sad.
believe if you see.
You can see later.
Later we can see.
Mad genius move has worked.
I say
no, that's okay.
set aces.
Or,
Ace king,
or
king of spades.
I think set ace.
Sad
ace.
repping a hand stronger than ace
Come on,
queen.
Joe, we can later.
I think you have maybe a set
Getting
sevens or eight.
lucky look to fold
I
ace
have
queen
ace
with the queen of
and
spades.
very good flash draw.
We're playing poker today, folks.
Show one time.
One card.
No.
Wow. Ace queen and queen of spades. Wow.
On the turn.
The move with the jacks, with the jack of spades working this time, but needs to be really careful doing stuff like that. Renato raising to 12k. Luca in the hijack with ace king. We've got action here. This is going to be a big flip, one would imagine.
How much? 47.
Is for almost his entire stack, but with a hand as strong as Jack's here, not going to get much better opportunities. Calls it off. All in the fella. Call the other fella. 301,000 in the middle here.
Good luck.
Must be a jack burned somewhere. Luca at 57%. The Jeffries 43. Queen 8 deuce. Hits the flop, 2 hearts. Great start for Renato. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Great turn for Renato. Luca needing an ace or a king on the river. It does not come. Luca has been eliminated.
It's different in this situation.
Good game. Bro, you have to thank you. Thank you. Hello.
All right, folks, we're back. 28 players remaining now. King Jack 7 is the flop. Ace 10 raising on the button, and Lucas just deciding to call from the small blind. Doesn't flop a set. Flop goes check, check. Turn is the nuts for the Ace 10. And there is a pay jump looming from €4,100 to €4,650 between 28th and 27th place. Franz with the Kings of Kings raising under the gun to 400k. Blinds have gone up of course, so this is 2.5 times the big blind. Small blind 80k, big blind 160k with a 160k running. Big blind ante, that's 80, 160, 160. Paolo with about 10 big blinds here total behind, so it's about 12 bigs, including his big blind and the big blind ante, is moving all in. Actually, it's a little bit more. It's 1.8 million total. Called from France, of course, with the Kings. Big moment here for France and Paolo. Seven, 5 deuce is the flop. Turn is the queen of spades. Paolo needing help on the river, but it doesn't arrive. Pay jump has been reached. Unlucky Paolo. 27 players remaining now. So 27 players remaining, and the average stack is 4.2 million, which is good for about 27 big blinds. And suited in the hijack with pocket nines, raising to 325. Red Luigi asks, is there only 5 to a table? I don't believe so. Be 4 tables of 7 with 28 remaining, so suited with a set is going to check back his option. Turn is the 3 of diamonds. Fran's just defending in the big blind pre, by the way. He could have easily decided to bump it up 3 bet, especially when it's big blind against the hijack open. But this close to bagging and tagging and coming back with the opportunity to play for €140,000 and a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year. Just going to play it conservatively. And Red Luigi, if you're liking what you see here, we'll be back at 2:30 Central European time tomorrow for a long, fun-filled, action-packed day of poker. I always love the Euro Poker Millions. So much money in the prize pool. So many tickets for the World Series of Poker Europe up for grabs. Creates a great atmosphere. Brilliant dynamic. Well, the trap didn't work this time, Luigi, because our opponent didn't have much. And Sandor not even going to defend with King 6 suited. Wouldn't have liked to see clubs had he did defend. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, 25 players remaining now. 1 elimination away from the bagging and tagging situation. Sandor with a big juicy raise here with 5 deuce off suit from the small blind, and Red Luigi's hand that he just mentioned, ace 9 in the big blind here for Morton. Martin could just shove this one. Put all the pressure back on Sandor. Normally, I wouldn't mind raising from the small blind, but with just 5 deuce off suit, one elimination away, and we can see this is going to be the last hand of the night, folks. 24 players remaining now. I wonder if the players know this. I think Martin, at the very least, should call. I would prefer an all-in. He moves all in, and Sandor now going to pretend like he's more of a decision on his hands than he does. I don't think that was the right situation for Sandor to be opening into one of the biggest stacks at the table. Just doesn't make sense when you're this close to bagging and tagging and coming back to the final day of the EPM tomorrow. He does let it go. So that's going to do it, folks. I want to say a big thanks to my moderators and all the people tuning in. Make sure to tune in for a really long day of poker tomorrow. It'll be 1 hour levels. Check us out on all the social media platforms. Give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on Twitch, YouTube. We're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers on there before the end of the year. We're on all the usual social media platforms. You can find out all the additional information on the website, www.kingsresort.com. And for now, I'm just going to say my goodbyes and be well rested for tomorrow. I've been Action Man Dan. Catch me if you can.